Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. I don't know. Anyway, so we're back and we're going to do some more Unreal multiplayer transition for the shooter template over here. So I'll show you quickly where we're at and then we'll take a look at the... Whoa, that's loud. Okay, so this morning we finished up the menu. Yesterday we started just converting everything to multiplayer. Moving things from game mode to game state so that we could read teams, moving things from the just like random places to the HUD where we can manage them a little bit easier, things like that. We've got this little intro cinematic that we made this morning. If I refresh the servers over here, you join the super duper server. You can even see this guy running around playing as we do that. And so then we get a character spawn. This is some stuff that we did yesterday, so we had a little quick FPS stuff. So you can see at the top we've got some score tallying up. And we also made sure that this, and we'll find out now if this actually does work. We have this concept of a late join client. And so this person should have, you know, the correct score, correct position of players, correct equipped weapons on the other players' teams. Yeah, so these guys do have their weapons equipped, so that's cool. Next thing that we want to do today, I think there's actually a bug. So right now the code says join the team with the least players or use a random team, but it happens when the character starts. So if I actually shoot this guy, he might be blue next time. So yeah, you can see here now this guy's actually on the blue team. So we've got to fix that. First, let's go look at our plan. So we've got this end round here. We've got team assignment on start. So we've got to fix that properly. Okay. That is a bug. So today we're going to do the end round. We may do this later, but we're going to get the end round done, and we're going to fix this bug, and then we're going to package it and put it on itch.io, and then afterwards, if we've got time, we'll do some of this extra stuff, some bit of polish on there. Let's go back to Unreal, and we'll fix this team assignment. So right now we've got a BP shooter pawn, FP shooter here. And I believe on his begin play, team updated, no. Okay, so it's the game mode. So in the game mode shooter, we have a piece of logic that says get best team. So if we find references to that, get best team, we'll notice that when we restart the player, that's when we get the best team to be on. So if you've got an odd number of players, that last player is going to switch between two teams and find it very confusing. So what we want to do is not that. However, we only have a team component on the pawn rather than on the player. It would be much better to have the team component on the player rather than the pawn. So what we'll do is we'll remove the team component from the first person character. We'll actually put it onto the controller. So we'll put it on the player controller here. And in the FP shooter, we were getting the team component before, so what we'll do now is we'll do get controller. We'll do get comp class team component. We'll do that in a few places because this will have broken in some other places as well. We do have an issue that we were listening to the team changed event. So I think what we'll do is we'll come back again, and this does make sense. So we should really be putting this on the player state. So let's have a look at the. Let's make sure that we're in the right level. If we've got a player state in here, which we don't, so we'll add a new one for this PS shooter. We'll add this into our template expansion. In our player state for our shooter game, we'll add the team component there. This means we now have somewhere that everyone can access for the player state. To get that team component. Additionally, we don't want the restart of the player to cause a team change. So we'll use event login. We'll get the player state. We'll get the team component from there. And then we'll get the best team. This time in best team, instead of getting the pawn of the player state, we just directly get the team component because the team component is now on the player state. So that's a lot cleaner. In the class defaults, we make sure that we set up the player state, which is already done because we added it through the plus button. So that should be fixed over there. The only issue we have now is when we get the player state for this particular pawn, is we don't actually know when this is ready. So let's go take a look. I'm going to go take a look off screen here. Reliable event or multiplayer pawn player state. Yeah. Is there a reliable event for multiplayer? There is an on-rep. Handle player state already. There's no event. There is no bindable events here. There is an event for possession, however. Someone says you can use the event on rep player state in the pawn, but it doesn't exist in Blueprint. Yeah. Do player state like this, and then you could also type event, but this isn't going to work for us. So let's at least go up to begin play and put some event bind to player state events. We'll call this here bind to player state events. We can move our team updated down a bit. We want to have event maybe receive controller changed. This may be a good one. It's not validated here, which is not good. I guess actually this won't happen for other clients in that case, because otherwise I would have had an error a lot sooner. Oh no, because it will just cast as a fail. Let's just do a sequence then. Okay, so we're going to throw a sequence in here, and then we'll bind player state events. We'll see if this works, and we'll add some latency to check for any issues on that end. Let's come back up here. Get the player state's team component. Sign team change. Create here.
No matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right.
This function.
You're okay.
Let's see if I add 2 clients as listen server, if this works.
If you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging.
The AI right now is not happy, and it's not going to have a player state in order to have a team. Although we can give them a player state. There is a setting for that in the controller. Not worry about AI right now. So I am going to be removing them from the map. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Also got this weird spawn point that's just like in a wall that I'm not really keen on. Okay, so let's hit play. So we come in here, we get this player state event. We do get a missing reference in here, like a null ref. This time it's true on the client, at least. So false on the server, false on the server. True on the client. That's interesting. Essentially, it's not very clear. So we can't do this after a controller received. Workforce. Do another quick Google because I do want to do this in the cleanest possible way. We could be lazy with it and have a loop that will grab it for us. Alternatively, we could get PS shooter, see if there's an event in here for pawn. So we have this on pawn set. We could ask if that's valid. Pass it to shooter. Tell it to team update. Double checking that in our game mode, our team is also being actually set on the player state. So on post login, get a new player state and set their team. Let's just double check that that's all good. So that is a return. So a return. But we're still actually calling this function, which I need to skip. I also need to skip this intro cinematic because we're going to be watching it every single time I hit play. Yeah, so this won't work. We'll use this one. That's awesome. All that. We're gonna do something about this intro cinematic. So if we open up the Cine intro, for now, promote this to a variable. So what we can do is jump in here. We can add a little cheeky selector on here, select flow. If it's packaged for distribution, then there's no offset, otherwise it's the start offset. So I can go and change that start offset right now to be like, start 3 seconds in, please. Let's get a little bit further in. Wonder how close to the bar we can get with this. Cool, and then when we're packaged, it'll be 0. I am blue, and that other character is red, so that proves that the flow works. And so one of the really neat things in networking when you're doing multiplayer in Unreal is there are some emulation settings that we can play with down here. So we tick that box inside the advanced settings for play, and we can do everyone has a bad connection and hit play, and now we might get some errors. And there we go. The next thing we need to do is go and find the all references to this team component. Because here, for example, when we get the instigator, we get the controlled pawn. The instigator is the controller. And if I'm not mistaken, the owner of a controller is the player state. Or it's the other way around. We could try that. Yeah. We could actually clean this up a bit, and rather than putting the binding to player state events for team changed into this actor, considering that we're already in the PS Shooter binding to pawn set here to update this. We could just get pawn from here and then have the updated event right here. That would be a little bit nicer, and then this might also update player HUDs and things like that. Okay, so I was wrong. It does have a reference to player state. So that's going well. Let's turn network emulation off. Save everything up and close everything, and then we'll get those 3 characters going. I've got 2 red guys and 1 blue guy. So before, what was happening, we would kill one of the red guys and he would randomly switch. So let's just keep killing the same red guy. So that's no longer happening. So we can go back to here. Oh, one thing that I forgot to do for this session, which I will do right now. Just see how long we've been going. 25 minutes here, so I'm actually going to get us a quick timer going. So yeah, we got another hour and 35 for this. So that was 25 minutes to fix. So that's out of the way. Now let's get focusing on the end round. So the first thing that we need to do is take a look at the FP shooter, and when this character dies from this player, we would want to set up a array that holds like a key map of the name of the person and the kills that they got. Some things to consider are that if a person lays a mine on the ground and we know who the owner was, say a player estate, and then the player leaves the game and then the mine explodes, then were they ever there at all? So sometimes you have to hold these things in a different way. And what if there are two players with the same name in the server? If you just cache a key map by name and have all of the scores tallying up by name, well, now you've got the issue that those two players' scores will be merged. We do like to use the player state for some of this. First thing that I need to do is make sure that we can actually set unique names for our 3 players as well. So I'm going to go and set that up first. So I'm just going to create a new folder called shared and a new widget set name. I'm going to go and pop the menu open, or the name setter I should say. So this name setter here was fairly handy. So I'll call this set player name. And when the person commits the text for this, we will get a player, this widget, and get their player state, cast that to PS Shooter. Inside PS Shooter, we'll have a function that allows us to change our name. Why is that via a player controller? Okay, well maybe it's the player controller. And then server set name will be run on the server. One thing that we want to do is say if the text is not empty, then we can continue to set the name. So we move along here and then we server set name. Looks like it's part of the advanced session library as well. So if you want to do this properly, there is a, if you want to do this without that library, then you can use a console command to do this. Now, in your own project, you could do some logic for checking if players have similar names and deny them from doing it, and all these other kinds of checks and conditions that you would do before you set this server name. But I'm not going to spend a bunch of time doing all those conditions and those edge cases. We know they exist. And so you could always put to do here fix multiple player names. or fixed identical, I should say, fixed identical player names. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to let the person set the name as long as it's not empty. And what we can do as well is we can bring this into a string and then replace any spaces. So yeah, any spaces to nothing, and then check if that's empty. Because if you're able to just put spaces in, that's technically not empty. But now we're going to remove all those spaces. You could do this. You could do this for a series of different froms to nothing to remove it. And the way I would do that is I would have a make array, which come from here, and I'd just have a series of these, and then I would each off of that, and I would edit the string and store a property of it. But anyway, so we'll just do a quick simple space remove all space bars from this name, and then server set the name. And then just quickly to see that name, we are going to need a name tag. So let's actually rename this to player name. So we'll get a new Visual Blueprint here as well. Score player name. And this one's going to go above the head on the character. Let's get a little text block. Desired size. This, and we'll say Dave. Now, this TB underscore name here, we will on construct. Firstly, we're going to need a reference to the player state that has that name. There's a couple of ways that we can get that player state. We can either do a loop until we can find the player state of the owning pawn, but then we need to also know who the owning pawn is. I think that when a player's team gets set, if that team is the same as my team, then I will initialize their name tag basically. And that'll be on the team updated event in the pawn that we already have. That'll create a widget and it'll put the name tag in, which means that it basically won't create a name tag at all for anyone who's not on your team. When it creates that name tag, it can come in with a player state. Wondering if there was a player name changed event, but it doesn't look like it. Let's create a variable for player state. I'll be exposed on spawn because we're going to create this. Get name. We'll set our text to this. Another thing that you can do in your player name setter and your server setter is obviously limit the number of characters that the player can enter, which is something that I'll often do, because otherwise players will make servers that are 100 characters long or names that just span the entire screen. So that's another thing to think about when you're doing this particular task. Okay, so we have our player name set up here. Because the player can change that name at any time, we have this little function here. I'm going to create a custom event just called refresh name. We really only want to do this upon the name changing. we'll do is we've already got a player name in here. That name, player name. Yeah. What we'll do is we'll have an event dispatcher, which is name changed. And we'll create a string here, new name. We'll have a custom event MC name changed. This is a multicast, it can only be called from the server. We'll essentially trigger this new name delegate. And when the player controller does this, we'll get the player state, pass it to shooter, and we'll MC name changed with that new name. And so instead of having a timer inside of our name tag, we now have an event that drives that one change. So instead of having, 20 players is a lot of players, to have that little piece of UI just costing us frames. So this is a little bit cleaner. So what we can do is we can now, once we know the player state, we can cast it to shooter. We can assign the name changed. We can run this update name function. We'll actually just do this. Now, first person shooter character, when our team has been updated, I'm going to add a name tag to our character if the team is allied with me. It also means that I need to listen to my own team changing. But what we could do is actually just have this as team color. Go back to our shooter character, and anytime that this team changes, we could check if we have a local team. Essentially have the function in here that's asking, because we have an ally team function, is ally, and we would get a player controller, so that's like the local player controller. We would get their state, and we would get this team. We would ask if if we're allied, and if we are allied, then we would potentially get the pawn. We would just call a function on the pawn. We'll get a new function down here, or new event, some event, set name tag. And if that's true, show, then we'll show it, otherwise we'll destroy it. So if it is true, we want to create a widget that is the name tag. Player name. To get player state here. In the viewport, we'll add a widget component to the top of this character. What I like to do to test this is actually plug in my widget early. That allows me to just double check. Turn the collision off as well. This is just a plane with a UI rendered to it. So next up, we are going to add a widget to this. So it's down here, world space. We want this to be screen, and we want this to be name. We'll draw a desired size. Go into this player name here. We do have Dave. But we cannot see, oh, because we're in screen space, right? Dave. So let's just go screen, and we'll do it from there, and we'll do 0.5, 0.5, that'll keep everything aligned. And we've got the player name here. That is better to use when you're in world space. You could see it, and then you could align it, and then you clear it if you need to. Sometimes you just leave it set if it doesn't need properties. But in my case, I need to plug a property in and then run some logic on this. So we're going to get this, we're going to set the widget. Do this. The next thing we're going to do is set widget to false, which will remove it from that parent, stop rendering it, and then get garbage collected, I believe. We could be more verbose if we want to, by getting user widget here, and then removing this from parent. But technically there is no parent panel, because we're just rendering it. So all we're doing is clearing the reference, which should allow it to clear in the garbage collect. Alternatively, you could just collapse it. So you just create it once. Let's do it. Let's do it that way. Let's actually create the player name, always. And down here, what we can do is get user widget. And cast this to name. And then we've got a function in there. That player state. Which will bind us up. If we're already bound, we won't obviously bound twice. We'll rebind. In the first person shooter, try setting the visibility of this to false and true, depending on this state. I don't think that's going to work because it is drawn in screen space, but we'll see. We'll find out what happens there.
No matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. If you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. You're worth it.
So I can actually see my own name, which is one of those issues. Also, it's visible through walls, which maybe we don't want that, or maybe we do want to be able to see our friends through walls. We should probably add a post process to see our friends through the wall. This, of course, then needs to go away when that character has died and respawned. But we do have an element that moves as our players move. we have this set name tag to show or hide. And essentially we have this is ally function. So anytime that the team changes, we want to double check whether to show that. Let's just do a custom event. Name tag. We'll have to check this under latent conditions because we may end up in a situation where the team changes before we're in possession. But we'll see. So I definitely shouldn't see that character's name. So let's find out what's going on there. We didn't check name tab when the team changed. One thing that I want to do in the player is make sure that this isn't visible to begin with, so that we only show once the names are changed. That doesn't work at all. Let's have another check. Back to our shooter, check name tag. This doesn't seem to be firing. There's two conditions going on at the same time in which my team can change or any other person's team can change at any time, and that can affect the outcome of the visibility. So we need to trigger a refresh on the name tag anytime any player changes team. And so cleanest way to maybe do that is how we're doing it right now. It's just there needs to be some additional code in here, because when the team of the target player changes, I want to check, should I draw it? What's happening right now is that that target player's team is updating before I actually have my own player state on the server. And so what that results in is attempting to check if we're allied, and then throwing a null reference exception because there is no player controller 0 or player state for my character for us to check about the alliance, or if we're on the same team. And so then we get into this broken state basically where this will always be false. So we need to do this only when our character definitely has a player state, or we need to at least try, validate, fail, and then know that it's going to come back in the future and do it once my player state is ready. And so what we can do is try and find out, we could try and get the owner here, and we could validate this owner. If this owner is valid, we cast it to player controller, ask if that's a local player, and if it is a local player, then we could get the game state and go through every other character, because basically what we're saying at this point is a bunch of other things could have failed, but I finally got my team, so I'm just going to go and refresh everyone once by getting the player array and each looping through these. Asking them. That'll be the first thing that we do. As long as that's not equal to self, otherwise we'll get an infinite loop. So here we're going over every other player state. And we're checking their name tags. Next up, we ask if my player controller is valid and my player state is valid. This actually updates the tag. If we're allies. This didn't seem to be firing, which was strange. I think it might be because we're falling down here. Yeah. Every single time as well. Guy doesn't even have a team. Although he does locally. So we have found an issue. This guy's actually on that team. There was a client two red guys can't see each other's names, but this character can see both the red guys' names, which is completely wrong. For the name thing that we did earlier, we're going to plug that in once we figure out this visibility. We're going to plug that into the escape menu so that you can just enter the main menu, so you can change your name at the start of the game. That won't actually work potentially over the network, but we'll see. So we have an issue where the team changes, but that pawn reference is not reliable. If this is never going to go through, that is strange. I'm going to put something in for a second. That's not valid set time event. We're just going to put custom event in here. Retry. I want to see what's happening here. If we're ever actually getting through to this. We'll just do 2 clients for now. We do get through on the server, and then we do get on the client as well. That's interesting. So it can be the case that one is arriving soon. So this is going to arrive sooner, basically, than the pawn. But we have this event for when the pawn changes. So just call this team color update. Name tag update. I don't think the visibility thing actually does anything. What we'll do an and here. If this is valid, we'll make the actual widget visible. En route. Again, I can see Dave's name tag. Makes sense. I can't see the other guy's name tag. What is going on? What is going on? So firstly, once I get my name tag, if locally controlled, go through every other player state. And ensure that we check their name tag, which of course this will then fail. And then we will come through here to getting out local player controller, as long as that's valid. Yeah, so it could be the case that this is so late that this name tag doesn't work and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do is clean up all of this. We'll take this. We don't want any of this. We're just going to keep this a lot cleaner. The first person shooter, we're going to get rid of this visibility check as well. This name tag, this player name tag, this is going to construct. We're going to do custom. Visible. Sorry, I'm doing this wrong. When we set the player state, we do just want to update the new there. So we've got this check visibility here, which we'll just that we'll select here. If it's an ally, it's visible. If it's not, it's collapsed. It's my player state versus their player state. We do need to also validate their player state. And we are going to just run this to get ahead of ourselves a little bit. I think I know why it didn't work in the other class now, but that's okay. A lot cleaner. It's less daisy chaining. So what we're going to do is we're just going to set time by event. Visibility every 1 second. Not crazy check. It's just comparing two components. Changing the visibility of a widget for a little local Moi player should be fine. And then it's also the visibility of this collapsed by default. We also want when we update our team, we know that we have a player state because we're updating the team from here. So what we can do is then get the widget, get the user widget. That's the player name. Set state. So try this function, give it a go, when on rep dead occurs. And also in the player name, we could, instead of doing that on construct, we could do it down here. Team component sign being changed. Is. And if my player state doesn't yet exist, we could set a timer. Just come back and try that again in 1 second. So this is a lazy repeat. So we'll set the player state when we know the player state is ready. We'll update the name. We'll update the name anytime the name changes. And we'll also bind to the team change, and we'll check the visibility anytime. We'll also initialize the visibility. If any of these are false, well, mainly this one, then we'll come back and do this a second time. We'll actually also put a validation on this player controller, because that could be, in some cases, invalid. So if either my controller or my player state are invalid, then we can't run this check, so we'll just wait for a second until we get one. And then we'll finish the loop. So this all triggers now off of the idea that the PS shooter has begun play on your client and then updated the team. And this is all listen server based logic as well. This is not like for a dedicated server in this case, because you'd have a lot more cosmetics checks. So right now we've got 2 guys, 1 red, 1 blue. That's cool. Let's add 1 more character here. So we've got 2 red guys now. Okay, so the next thing to do is I do want to have red outlines around my allies. So let's go to variant shooter here, template expansion. Let's go post-process. Actually, I'm going to just import this from one of my primers. So you can find lots of tutorials about how to do what I'm about to do. I'm just going to move this over here. Where's my primers? Here we go. Go to content. In fact, I'll do it properly. Right. So let's just do this properly. M_outline, or like ally outline. Let's call it. Okay, and so we're going to turn this into a post-process material, and the color will be obviously red or blue depending on the team. So it's either blue or red. Okay, and so these colors are going to be used based on a stencil value. So one of the things that we need to do in the project settings is enable stencils properly. So now we have stencils. What that will allow us to do is that when we update the team here, we'll also set stencil mesh, third person mesh, to our team ID. It'll be either 0 or 1. I might actually add 1 to this so that 0 can be white. we'll get one more color in here. 1, and then we'll have a color 0. So these are for the different stencil values. So what we can do is we can get or something it's called scene texture, and then here we have stencil somewhere, custom stencil, and I think it's color. I think it's color. So we'll do an if, and we'll put a 1 in here. If it's less than 1, it's 0, which we'll say is white. The idea of that is you could have interactive items that glow, you know, have a white outline. If we're equal to 1 or to 0, sorry, I believe that's blue team. Let's just double check. Yeah, 0 is blue, red is 1. So then, yeah, if you're more than, wait, sorry. Yeah, because I added 1, right? So if I'm equal to 1, I'm blue. And if I'm more than, yeah, because it's 0. It's +1 because I wanted 0 to be white here. So anyway, so that goes in here. Compilation errors. Wonderful. A. Oh, right, yeah, sure. Color. Why? Why is that compilation errors? Can you tell me why? Just go find out if I'm using the correct stencil thing here. You have to mask it. All right. So as a post-process, I'm guessing, yeah, we're just gonna be pretty much white the whole time. Let's get the custom depth here. We'll also get post-process 0. We basically want the lerp when we have no custom depth. So the way that custom depth works and scene depth is the length of the depth is closer to the camera or something. When we find there's a diagram somewhere for this. Or scene versus custom, at least. Yeah, so there's this handy image. Open this new image. So this is cool. If we're hitting custom depth as scene depth, like they're the same. If we're rendering this in the custom depth channel, we'll get a value of 500. And the scene depth will be 300. So as long as the custom depth is more than the scene depth, we'll want to render like an overlay on this guy. If they're equal, we don't want to. And if it's more than, we don't want to. So only if it's less than. So we can use that logic here to mask these two out and say if, another if the scene depth is more than or equal, then we just want it to be the original, and otherwise we want it to be this. So we should now get like a cube again. Well, do we have to mask RGB here? Add a post. We've already got a post-process volume. Change the icon for it, but whatever. Material. Post-process materials. Add a new one. Choose an asset. Create a material instance here, just in case we want to change it. So obviously I did that wrong. Put custom depth in the top, seam depth in the bottom. Custom depth, it's more than, will come in here. And if it's less than or equal to, we'll do this. Nope, still didn't work. Why is this not working for me? Copying someone else now. Let's just copy somebody else. That most of game dev is copying somebody else. Okay, so if it's more than or equal, we'll use this. Otherwise, not working for me, is it? Well, that was the theory, and now we're just going to go and use the one that I prepared for myself, because this is why I prepare things basically ahead of time, because this makes it a lot easier. So we're going to come in here, we're going to go to content, show and explore it, and we're going to dump incorrectly. We're going to create a new folder called primers, which is a series of assets that I've prepared myself for game dev. Did I mess that up a second time? No, it's just not updating anymore. So anyway, but I put it in here. This is the outliner, so put that in here. Now we're how we should be, and this curve actually powers this, and the way it does it is through, first we want the scene. We'll lerp that with an alpha that is based on the outline tech that you can find all over the internet. So that's like a kernel, pixels up, left, down, and right. We've got some pulse in here, and we've got the custom stencil value divided by the number of colors in the curve. And so what that means is we can now define a bunch of colors through this table, and rather than having like nested ifs and elses, which you'll see in other tutorials. For example, in this tutorial where we're looking at custom depth, we've got if the custom depth is more than, equal to, or less than 15, be red, be white, be green, etc. And so you can imagine if you want to add more colors, it's gonna keep going. If you want to have one color per ID, you could just use a curve. You could also do some other kinds of lookup, I'm sure. Either way, now we've got an outline. This ally outline did not go well for me, so I'm just going to delete it. "37 minutes left, still haven't got anywhere near doing the actual scoreboard. Just got sidetracked by a bunch of other things. Either we needed names, so that was important. There's a running theme in my game dev streams where we'll get stuck on one thing and then everything just slots into place afterwards. So I'm hoping this next section, these next 30 minutes will be exactly that, where we now just blitz through the last part of actually setting up a scoreboard for these guys. Note, don't push the assets. Wonderful. I'm glad I forced delete that. So when we changed the team, we changed the stencil ID. Let's see if that's actually worked for us. Of course, it's not going to if different teams. So it should be over here somewhere. So one thing I want to do is set render custom depth. To true. Only if we're allied. This comes back again to the issue where if we don't both have teams at this stage, then we're in a tricky situation. What I'm going to do I'm going to really awkwardly put it right here for now. So if we're allied, also render custom depth. Should be a cleaner way of doing that at some point. Finish for now because I just want to finish the stream. Might actually go for another hour, but I will cut the stream and then start another stream. I can have a break basically. Let's get 3 players in. See my friend here pull down, so he's not rendering custom depth right now. So that's no good. In fact, if we were to instead just say true, do we ever hit this? We also do have it set to 0 and 1 right now. So we can see it. You can see the character through the wall there. It's a nice red outline. However, it's always visible. And obviously it's the wrong color, but it's always visible. And I actually want it to just be an overlay. So let's go change how that behaves. Why is that still there? So don't know why that folder's still there. I'll have to have a look at it later. For this, I actually don't want pixel offset outlines. I just want the whole character to be red. There's issues again. Might be the weapon for the owner when it gets destroyed. To destroy this weapon base. I think that's
So yeah, this isn't going to work in a replicated scenario, so we're not going to run it. We already have an inventory that clears all of our weapons. We've also got attachment that attaches to the owner, but the owner might not be valid. So what we're going to do is get the owner here.
I'm going to make a custom event. Attach to owner. This isn't valid, so it may not be immediately valid. Set timer. Self. 2. And here we'll call a function attached to owner. So what I want to do is see those guys. Pulse to the outline, which is multiplying the outline by stuff. It's pulsing between the scene and the stencil. Getting the result test ever. I'm never getting the result I want from this test. Give me a simple depth test, please. UE5 custom depth test. Give me the most basic custom depth test.
Just- I literally messed that up by not changing them. So depth is scene depth. Weird. Custom depth. Basically, I want to actually say if the custom depth is more than, then it's 1. Otherwise, oh, okay. Why is everything in that entire world returning? Literally the wrong way around. Not what I wanted. Let's try and do what this guy's doing on this tutorial. Pixel depth, custom depth, 0. Stencil depth is then equal. More than 1. I want to outline that guy. Well, stream sucks. This stream sucks. Okay. We're not getting the result, which is a fail. Which I thought would just be simple to write, but obviously my brain is tired or something because it's just not working. Right. I don't know what was going on with the custom depth, and I couldn't figure it out. But instead, I'm just going to use the Stutzle value because I know it's going to be more than a recoil. 0 is off basically. So we'll use that. Next, we still need to use the custom depth because I don't want it to glow, obviously. And I want it to be obviously the right color as well. But basically, I want to see my friends through the walls because it's team awareness kind of thing.
Just think about it right now. Everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. Because you're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
Eventually. weapon. Yeah, I guess it is occluded. I guess he's technically occluded by himself. Or by something that is literally in front of him. So what we could do instead, maybe, is firstly, let's switch these round so they're actually the right colors. It's confusing. And I think maybe we should just this. Sound low. Then we would also multiply this mask down a bit, because at the moment it's just 0 and 1. Let's just go like 0.05. Yeah, that'll do us, I think. Name tags don't work still. What we're going to do now is remove that timer and just go for another hour, because that's what we're going to do here. A whole bunch of things that we could fix up after I went on that wild goose chase there. In particular, the weapon doesn't have an outline, that's kind of annoying. Save these colors here. Let's create 4 people, check what the red color looks like. Half the characters have depth post processing, half of them don't, despite me just hard saying like draw all of them into the channel. done. Characters like permanently looking upwards. thing. Sucks. The transform modification to fix the strafing sucks. What's going on with the body? Because further away I get, the less that red. It's like the actual mannequin changes color. Ding thing or some sort of behavior of the base mannequin material is like actually changing the color of it as that character runs away into the distance. Because I'm not doing that. And if I were to say edit my post process, I wonder if it's my post process doing that, which it isn't because I've just disabled it. So yeah, bizarre. Still. There. Yeah. Okay. Name tag is enormous, so I'm going to change that quickly.
Name tags just not working a lot of the time. Could be because the user widget object isn't ready yet. I only see the red on the orange here, which makes it fairly useless. So see that name tag. Well, yeah. Close all that down. Got way too many clients going on. It's slowing the game down quite a bit. I'm gonna wrap this up now with scoreboard. Also need to go to w_menu and add the name. Well, if you've watched this far, I'm actually back on track with something that is working finally. Just took me several hours. So now I'm going to finish what I came here to start many hours ago, which was to just do this one end round thing, which required us, to go in and do a bunch of other stuff like set up player name, which took ages unnecessarily. It's things I had assumptions about weren't true anymore. And tag in 3D space. We also just, losing scope time and extending my day. This is typical game dev. Team color highlight, so that's pretty cool. And now we're going to do the end round screen. So first I need to actually store information about who actually got kills. Well, I just need to save several things. So we've got the game state here. We're going to increment the team score for this team. We're going to alter this to also take in a player name. So we'll take a string here, player name. The shooter. So we'll just get here. Possibly get player name from here. See if this works. So we'll do that. We'll increment the score on GS shooter. Score target is just going to be 2. At which point we'll just an MC game. Do a reliable multicast for this one, which will this end of round widget is going to take team 1 scores. It's going to be a key map name string. So the names should be unique. And team 2 scores. I mean, the names are never going to be unique, but in our case, I'm just going to go with that. Those are exposed variables. We will just fill horizontal UI. Should take everything from here. We'll just remove this image in the background because that'll be our actual background. This results. Set the browser in here.
I have a button called Next Game. Start next game. You'll only be able to see this if you are 7. So hopefully it just opens menu. This one is going to server travel, OVL Arena. This one might be an issue because we're doing seamless travel, so we might actually re-enter the same level with the same data. Let's see. See end game. Let's do Newport. I don't think you can actually send a key map through a RPC. You might be able to. Looks like you can, so that's good. On here, we're going to be powering power this through a selector team 1, team 2. Depending on the team that came in. So that tallies up our scores here. It's end of round budget. We'll have a custom event for scores.
It's got entry as well, so this will house the date for the player.
Just think about it right now. Everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. If you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. You're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
You get a little scoreboard on there. You could always have a timer on here that switches to the next game. This name didn't work. Something. This guy didn't even draw anything. I feel like maybe you can't send key maps over, but you can send a struct, so you may have to just composite this into a struct. Interesting. Generally speaking, we had what we wanted. You could always add animations to those entries as well, so each one like shines in and do some cool stuff with it, but we just want it to work for now. In which case as well, when we do multicast and create this widget, we do want to just get the local player controller, set mode to UI and show mouse cursor to true. Focus on this widget. Make sure this widget's class defaults are set to be focusable. Figure out why we didn't get any data. We definitely drew something, but we didn't get any data. So I can always do this in a sort of cheap, hacky way for now, which saves us creating some structs basically to send this data. I'm going to send 4 arrays. So yeah. Composite. Can't just make an array. Thing is, these I just set the keys. It's not. Yeah. Okay. Sure. This is annoying. Still comes up as inside rig on there. Blue team did win though. Probably enumerate that blue team won at the top, but it's pretty simple stuff. Things that we should do when the round ends. No value will be returned by team 2 scores. Not necessarily true, because I saw it did work. But let's just say that this is always true. Sweet Nerver, hello, welcome. We're really getting to the bottom of the barrel on some of these last little issues, just setting up the end round screen. We can actually end the round, get 2 kills with that character, and then we can start a new game. And there's some bugs that I'm going to fix now. So gotta fix that first issue. When we do the end of the game, we should really set the end round state, which will automatically remove all of the pawns, but for the sake of speed, I'm just gonna go and destroy all the pawns. Without destroying all the pawns whilst bad idea. Very nice. Yes. QER 123444444. That's my name. That shit is leg out. Pop. Starting again. And then it still goes to some scary. we want to do with this player state widget is we want to make sure that we clear this reference at the end of the round. Otherwise, you're going to hang on to a reference of it and it's going to persist throughout your replicated runs. So basically, if for any reason move parent basically is what we want to do. Move parent. If for any reason this player state becomes null, like the player left or anything like that, you just want to remove this from the parent and basically clear this timer. Clear and invalidate the timer there. So what we can do instead of destroying all these guys, it's a bit of a piece of weird code. Keep it simple. I should just validate that actually. There'll probably be some more. Let's go find out. Because after this, I can build. I might do some more cleanup on that where we fade to black and those kind of things for the end round, but basically we're able to run multiple rounds. Very cool. So next up, we go and finally mark that to green after about 4 hours of messing around, which means we're not going to do any of the stretch goals in this episode. Let's check out why we're not one of these. So basically my name isn't getting updated properly. So we get the event begin play of the controller and we watch the cinematic at the start of the game, and then we possess a pawn, and if it's locally controlled then we go and set our player name. We're only doing it, yeah, so it works if you're the server but it doesn't work if you're the client. So this basically needs to be custom event server set name. Run the server. To resolve the issue. We have one guy called QQQQ, one guy called 12222. So 12222, that's cool. There's QQQ, there it is. And I am now 12222, so that's awesome. Which means that when I kill him I should have the correct name and all that sort of good stuff. Last thing was to basically rehook this variable here. Okay. I'm going to cook it now. So, process for that. Go to project settings, maps and modes. make sure that our game default map is the menu. There's no transition map, that might give us an error. Then we type in maps. We have a little list somewhere, a little list, because we don't want too many maps. We can just type cook. Package. Basically just looking for where the map list is set. May have removed it. List of maps to include. Okay, I'm just blind. List of maps to include in a package build. Content, variants, template, menu, level menu, and there's one more level, which is in variant shooter, and it's the arena shooter. Cool. What that does is it makes sure that we don't cook anything that we don't need. Additionally, sometimes I would go in and be like, don't cook editor content, you know, pack my files. Let's do, so it is using a pack file, so that's cool. In fact, let's just go down to packaging and see what sort of tip boxes we have. It's pretty good to me. Yeah, include the prerequisites. Cool. What we'll do is you hit platform, Windows, package that project. We'll go shipping. Package it up. Put this in a builds folder. And then that'll go straight to itch.io. So while that's doing, we'll sign up for itch.io. Probably give you something to look at.
Yes, mate.
What would you do today with me? Right now, nothing.
Nothing right now. It's working right now.
Last time that I want to play you.
Okay, let me mute this. That built successfully. We'll close that down. Let's go to the arena shooter builds. Just double check it runs. Seem to run. Wonder why it's not running. It's a bit concerning.
What? Daddy, you're doing yourself. Daddy, you're doing some crazy stuff.
I am doing some crazy stuff. Yeah, you can do some writing.
Okay.
Why is that not running? Do some Googling. 405.6 packaged game not running. Mate,
Think about it right now.
Writing, and I just give that.
you gave up?
Yeah.
No matter where
Says show the output log file, so I need to rebuild it with output log files.
have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging or painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. Because you're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose. You can have this feeling anytime you choose. Everything's actually okay.
Interesting, it's failing because it can't load a plugin for Steam sockets, which I enabled. Okay, so edit plugins. Steam. Online subsystem Steam is right there. Steam sockets is there. Just restart it, I guess. Ah, it's been a long day.
That was too trusting of me. I just try and build it without the debug symbols, thinking it would just work that time. So bizarre. It's like there's a dependency missing on disk. Right there. If we can't Google this. Fuck. Interesting. So there's no mention of it. Unreal 5.6. Let's have a look. Unreal 5.6. Let's see. Hold on.
Plugins. Years ago. That one. Okay, let's ask Super Google. Let's go find out. Engine plugins online. Engine plugins online. Find subsystem Steam is there. Subsystem Steam true. Doesn't say it's true. least the error has changed. Now it's Steam shared. Oh yeah, Steam shared is not in there. Can't even sign into my GitHub account to access the source because I don't. I haven't signed up for that on my work email, so can't do that. Yeah, I think we've been going for 3 hours now. We're on to the 4th hour. Yeah. There's EOS shared. There's no Steam shared. Try reinstalling 5.6. Verifying it rather. Oh yeah, dude. Night. Sorry, I missed that. I was like falling asleep at my desk as well. Yeah, it's probably something simple. No one else seems to have this issue, which is it's fine.
It's a pain in the ass.
We'll go there. At least the Steam shared folder is definitely there. Just Unreal can't see it for some reason. Think verifying fixed it. Well, verifying slightly fixed it. Disable gameplay state tree. So that gave me a crash. I'm like out of memory or something. I've got plenty of memory. Disk space, I should say.
Just think about it right now. Everything's okay.
Or should be.
No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually alright. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. You're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
Literally does the splash and then just goes, nah.
You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
So now we're getting a crash because of the movie. That's hilarious. So I'm just going to go to editor preferences here, project settings, sorry. We're going to go to movies and we're just not going to have a movie. Screw the movie. Package the bloody project. What a joke. This is why you don't do this in the last hour of a games jam, because that's how you get screwed.
Oh, it's done it twice in a row now. What's being used by another process? Not being used by another process. A kill. And kill it all. Okay. I love that. 0 errors, 0 warnings. Right. We'll see. Thinks he's all good. But he's not, because the Steam shared failed to load because Steam shared could not be found. Wow. Okay. I've got an idea then. Or someone mentioned. I mean, it's not that many layers deep. It's what, like someone said move it like a folder down, but like that doesn't seem necessary. This isn't the longest path I've ever seen. So, as if I try and hack this up, it's like go here, go engine, plugins. There was a runtime, theme shared. So what if I just dump that in here, plugins? I don't remember what it was. Plugins, runtime, Steam. There. I wonder if it will just build it. Project go. What you can do, I think, is you can come in here, edit this. Installed. Just say false. It will by default true. Save that. I wonder. What do you do with drink? 5:20. It's like way past work time.
It's still not there. Could not be found. How bizarre. Okay. What I'm going to do now is delete it from here. Don't like that. Okay, try again. Just try until it works. Cool. Keep going back until we... Okay, it's not going to let me, so let's go programs, plugins, runtime. Let's go Steam, shared, edit this. Hey Avi, I'm just currently struggling to try and get this thing to build because it seems to think I don't have a certain plugin, even though I'm literally like looking at the plugin. It's right here. I'm messing around trying to enable it by default and tell it that it's installed. Let's do development. Windows package. Literally, once this is done, I can upload it to itch.io, and then we're done. We're done with the stream. It's just this was supposed to be 2 hours. I think it's been like 5 hours. We're still going. How are you doing? Quick. Super quick. No. The Steam Shared failed to load because the module Steam Shared could not be found. Okay, so I literally have one single final idea. Let's do widget underscore menu, which is where we create a session. So let's just create a session. We actually just don't. Context object, thank you very much. Public connections. 32. We're not going to use that. We're going to use this. We're going to try and disable Steam. Going to disable Steam. Come here. We're just going to do a regular find sessions. Plug that in. Access, fail, results. This is where not having GitHub installed for this project is going to kick me in the ass. So that's that one. And we've also got That name. Executes a console command. Does this. We've then got computer controller. Let's go shoot a controller. Server set name, set player name. This comes from the advanced sessions library, so that's not good. Execute console command. This. Okay. Close this. Guess we'll undo what we did here because we know it didn't do anything. Epic Arena Shooter. Go to the U project. All that. Some plugins. Remove that. Go to the content browser. Remove that example asset. Oh, we've got a redirector in there. We got redirectors, boys. Okay, so we've removed most of what I could think of. We just need to go to the default engine. Go grab we're just going to use the IPNet driver. Really still works there by the looks. Ah, it crashed. Wasn't expecting it to just crash. just Straight up crash. Fair enough. Oh, let's try and package it. Once more with feeling. Now that I've disabled everything to do with Steam, maybe I've saved a lot of headaches if I'd have... If you look back at this video at the beginning, I was like, that's not working. I didn't actually hook in the array for the results. So I was like, find sessions default not working. Guess I'll go and download some plugins, and then spent an hour doing that. Game dev in a nutshell. Ironically, that's the first time it's failed to cook. It succeeded. It failed successfully every other time. Going crazy. Wow, is this a successful success or a successful failure? My name is Awesome. Bam. Oh yeah, I left that here on. Okay. So let's not do that. That's just going to confuse everybody. Oh, right, yeah. There we are, Irene. So why is that not broken? This one. The custom depth. Nope. All these hellos. It's great. Okay, so Windows shipping package project. Then I'll host this entire project on some kind of repo somewhere so people can just go download it. It's terrible, but you can download it. There's some dodgy bits in there.
There's always some dodgy bits. I don't know what I'm expecting of anyone. There's always some dodge. Some jank. Will one day make the perfect project. Everything will be as it should be. Allow access. What? Try again. Something broke. Just click it one more time. Arena ship builds, yes. Alrighty. Just looking along.
Think about it right now. Everything's okay.
How to find script package for import object.
No matter where you find yourself,
Hmm.
no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. If you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. You're worth it. You can
Sometimes it takes 5 seconds, sometimes it takes 5 minutes. It's the unreal way. Unreal 5.6 has a problem with closing. Interesting. So we're going to zip this. Press to zip. How big is this? It's 1.4 gigs. It's not allowed to be that big. Sorry. You're not allowed to be 1.4 gigabytes. You are only allowed to be... How big are you allowed to be here? 1 gigabyte. You may be 1 gigabyte big. You may be no bigger. Let's go and disable a bunch of stuff. Geez, what are we going to disable first? Let's just go through. We don't need Android Media Player, no time. Don't need Apple Media Player. This character controlled by character tuned for it. No, we don't need him. Audio capture, plug-in provides an interface for microphone input. Capture? Nah. Provide by bridge. Yeah, we don't need bridge. Yeah, we don't need chaos cloth, or chaos caching, or chaos editor, or data flow, or geometry collection, or geometry data flow, or hair strands, or Niagara sim. Wow, it just keeps going. We don't need takes. We don't need metahuman. Wow. I just didn't want to capture audio with my microphone. Apparently every single one of those plugins needed to capture audio with my microphone, so that was fun. Holy shit. Audio widgets. Collection of widgets tailored to interacting with audio-related data. No. Oh, so you don't want meta sounds? You should get, sure, I guess. AVF media player. Implements a media player used with Apple AV. No, I don't need that. Do I need the Cascade editor? Probably not. Do I need Chaos Insights or Chaos Solvers? I don't know. Let's restart. So the project's too big, so I'm just going through and disabling all the plugins so that we save like a couple of megabytes a pop. And sometimes more because the default content in the plugins directory is large, I guess. How'd you add people on Discord? Add friend. It's having a bit of a time. It's compiling more shaders, despite me having disabled a bunch of stuff. So I don't know why, but that's where we're at. Island shaders, but I can't move the splash, so you're stuck just staring at my desktop. Yep, it's almost 6 p.m. How do you move this thing? Hey, we're up. Up and running. The wiggle is pretty good. Probably the best thing about the game. There's awesome crash where now, if I press play with two characters, it just crashes, saying that we can't init the local network connection. Pure virtual was not implemented. So, that's super cool. We're really hitting them all today. But I tell you what, we'll package it anyway. Package game. I wouldn't have expected removing any of that would just would just break. Like, why is it looking for init local connection amongst any of those modules?